Gentlemen, good day. How are we doing? How are we doing this mighty fine, what is it, Tuesday? Something like that? Probably Tuesday. Hi, Jake. You doing, bro? Ay, ay, ay. Whatever will we be doing today? I wonder. All right. Wow. Good morning, gents. Welcome back to another day. 158 to be precise of development on Terra Factor. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm going to be doing today. We just got done finishing this guy, which is the foundry, where we can smelt two things together to alloy it into steel. That goes out at the top here, and now we got some steel beams. So like maybe do some crafting with steel beams to carry it on. But yeah, honestly, I have no idea. I think I'm just gonna stare at my to-do list until an idea jumps out at me. Yeah. But hey, you got a fresh cup of coffee here today. Cheers, gents. Book. Yep. Yep. That's coffee. We have our iron farm over here working extra hard to provide us with the raw materials for the steel. Here's an idea. To figure out what to do next, I must become the iron. We must think like the iron in order to determine what to do. You know what I'm saying? And we come out the other side like steel. What now? Good day for bit swizzling? Is that ever really a good day for bit swizzling? I fucking hate bit swizzling. Too confusing, man. What to do? I think I probably need to like just start on the tech. Perhaps start on the old tech tree section. Could also do something related to the auto crafting. Like I could update the assembler. I could do that. We could update the assembler to use a new system. Could be something interesting. And then kind of just redo the content a little bit. Definitely want to figure out how the intermediate milestones are going to work. I think that's what I want to do first. P-Day don't map. All right, I figured it out. Today's going to be a quest kind of day. So what I want to do is figure out like visually how I can tell the player that there's like a goal and like a bunch of intermediate, not intermediate, but like there's a bunch of items that the player needs to craft in order to progress to the next phase. So I want like a big ass goal, because that's gonna kind of like tell me what I need to work backwards from. So I think we'll start with this like first phase of the skill tree because it's like the most complete right now. I'm just gonna screenshot it, and we need to come up with a design for how this will look. Yes, that is the goal. Jeremy A. Dolmat, what's going on? True nuts for you. Good morning to you too, sir. It is a good morning. It do be one of them good mornings, you know? Yeah. It do be. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Where are you? Alright. Alright, boys. Let's do a little bit of epicness. This is the biggest question mark in the game's design right now that I need to solve. And it's how do we have some kind of big thing that the player is working towards, like, you know, at each phase of the game. At each step along here, it's got to be clear that we're working towards this thing. Which, you know, is probably just going to be like a handful of items. This I found was pretty much the core thing driving the design of Satisfactory when I played it. you know, there were these mini kind of like milestones in between, which is more or less what I have with these big square looking things. You know, they unlock certain things. So this unlocks recipes for like the anvil and some tools and stuff. But the actual thing driving everything, if I can find it. Yeah. The actual thing driving everything was this, the project assembly. So at each phase in the game, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is kind of what I'm starting to do here. We can call this phase 1, and then you move over to the next phase, and then you move over to the next phase. At each phase, there is like a goal of crafting these project parts. And these project parts, they have no other purpose than just to submit them and unlock the next phase. So I want to figure out in the UI how we can tell the player that, hey, the whole goal of this phase is to submit these parts here. That's what I want to do. T-Sharp boy, you doing, man? W morning? Yeah, indeed. I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing excellent. Yeah. So, like, how is this UI gonna look? We could have some kind of, like, built-in thing. Let's pretend that this doesn't exist. Make it easier. So we could have like a physical physical box thing. We could also put this just towards the end. So could maybe like extend this out. I need to give this like a solid background so it's easy to manipulate. But that's all right. Problem for another day. Like we could basically have it so that it looks a little something like this. And then it kind of converges into this. So that could be like a physical node, which is like, yo, you have to unblock this. UI makes me want to feed my knob into a meat mincer. Yeah, do be like that. I actually kind of enjoy it these days. Because it's one of the things that is like a very clear skill that will continue over into my future games. So it feels very rewarding to me. Yeah, so we could have these like these project part things. They, you know, just have a little different border. And then, yeah, you just physically feed stuff into it and then it unlocks it, which is pretty much already what's happening here. So we just more or less reuse it, but it's just a little bit more, it's just slightly different, but pretty much the same. And then so that'll unbottleneck it and then allow us to move on to the next phase. I think that could work. Yeah, it feels like that could work. This could work. This could work. All right, I've come up with an idea. Right before the end of the phase, we'll just have these kind of nodes that, you know, the sole purpose is to submit a bunch of items to them in order to like unblock it. So let me see. If I can get that going real quick. Let us see. This is gonna be kinda interesting. First, we will unblock. Boink. Next, we will create these new nodes. It's going to be a new node kind. Let's just make that real quick. This is going to be cool. This is very exciting. I love making progress on the tech tree. What am I going to call this? Quest I mean, I guess it is kind of a quest. Like, we could just reuse that. It's basically a quest. So, let's do that. Pretty name. Approach Part 1. It just doesn't have a reward. I almost wonder if it should even exist within the skill tree or the tech tree, because it's almost like something you just want to see straight away and be like, oh, you know. So like maybe it should be up the top. I don't know. Not sure. Not quite sure. Only 122 FPS? Yeah. It'd be like that. Yeah, I mean, it probably makes more sense to embed it within the tree. Just left to right, you know? So let's just run it. Actually, just make it go straight down the middle, parent to the file. Maybe we do something like that. Either way, doesn't really matter. We will definitely iterate on it later, so no point getting it perfect right now, because there is no such thing, because we don't have all the context and information in order to make it good. We just gotta keep stepping forward. So, now that we got this line actually here, gotta do a couple of things. We gotta get rid of the reward, and then make it good. Yes. Yes. So in order to do that, I wonder what I should do. Make project part progression feel epic. Okay, how do we do this? I think I might. Yeah, let's just try and get rid of the reward first. So the problem is we've already got this, and it's kind of needs to be migrated to the new system. But I'm not really sure what that looks like, so keep opening up GitHub desktop. Fuck you. Unpin. So I guess I'm just gonna like commit this real quick. We'll say tech tree set up. Tech tree changes. I think I always want to default this to commit and push. Can I do that? Don't know if you can change that. Oh well. Not that big of a deal. Archaic subpool. Alright, what was I doing? Right. I kind of need to figure out how to port this to the new system. Kinda. I don't know. Don't know how to get tabs to stack like that in VS Code. I have no idea. I cannot remember. But these are just pinned up here, so they might render different. Tab bar, multiple tabs, I don't know. Couldn't tell you, dude. It'd actually be way nicer if they were vertical tabs. I wonder if you can do that. I think you can. That would be kind of hype. Alright, yeah, can I move reward into this? Or no? I wonder. Also, what does this even look like? Rewards. Underground belt kind splitter. Underground belt kind splitter. How does it know that that's that? That's also something I'm very confused about. Alright, what I want to do is see if I can change this. Somehow. So that I can see what this ends up looking like when we change this to a reward item. Like what does the rendering look like for this when I save it? So, I mean, it's interesting that it just works like that. And now, if I just kind of comment this out. Requirements. Let me still got that. Like, is that going to load up? Yeah, not quite. Not quite. Yeah, like it seems like the Jason passing is kind of munted. So maybe we can do something about it. Let's see. Currently have a problem. Where the reward union seems to be struggling to marshal / unmarshal accurately. When unmarshaled, it looks like the type is getting lost. Not sure though. See what Clyde has to say about it. Yeah, I'm Gilly's pretty tight, dude. I love it. I'm also glad that I bit the bullet and learned it, because I was avoiding it for a while. Yep. I don't know if that's exactly one variant or if it's a value type. Suggestions, JSON library, and washing on arbitrary unions. Yes. So use the struct with optional fields. I don't like that. like the idea of the maybe though. I've never used that before. So I wonder. I wonder. What is maybe? Do you have to pay for Clyde? With VS Code, I think it's $10 a month for the premium. I haven't used it for a whole month yet, so I don't know like what limitations there are yet, though. So time will tell. All right, where's the maybe at? Maybe. Special type of node called maybe. Variables of that type can either have no value or some value. It's implemented using a union that's a single variant. Can either be of nil or of the type of value and you can check if timer has some value like so. Interesting. I'm a ghost thing, so GitHub doesn't use your code. They can use it, bro. I don't give a fuck. I gotta cancel my ChatGPT subscription. I'm like barely using it. Thanks for reminding me. Hate how it's so fucking hard to find the cancel button on every single goddamn subscription thing. Gotta go hunting, dude. Dude, where the fuck is the cancel button? Holy shit, dude. This is actually fucked. What? This is so cooked. Ah, there it is. I'm just a little bit autistic. It was right on my nose the whole time. Trying to cancel a game, yeah. Game's been canceled. Bye-bye. ChatGPT is successfully being cancelled. Yay. All right. Well, there goes the idea of the dream of using a union for that. I mean, I guess I could maybe adjust the parser to be better at serializing unions, but show me the code where it's marshalling slash unmarshalling the union and what we could do to add support for it. Do you have a to-do list for the game? Yes, Chalk Eater 1. I do. Excellent name, by the way. I make sure GitHub can use my code so I do my part in poisoning the AI well. Yes, sir. Personal preference, I find constantly checking them maybe say to be annoying, so I try and avoid using them. Yeah, I'm not even sure what use they have yet. Like I can't, like I don't understand it still, so I'm not sure why it is useful. So that's tagged based on which one worked. Yeah. Yeah, that is the problem. So that's a little annoying. I could just put it into a single struct. I could. Add a field discriminator. Add a discriminator field, recommend works of existing code, modify your reward types to include a common discriminator. This wouldn't do shit though. This wouldn't do shit. It would still unmarshal incorrectly. I want to mix and match types of unions there. The existing code for runtime injection of it is temporary. I want to store everything in data. The weird thing about this is that it feels different. It feels different compared to Cursor, and that kind of scares me a little bit. Like, it feels fucking stupid, kind of. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting, like, unlucky, but I'm not sure.
Wouldn't this fail with multiple mixed and matched unions in there? Or is it operating on each object chunk separately? Now I think about that, I'm fucking retarded. And it's that would actually work. Yeah. Yeah, so this would be bad. But if you add in the extra stuff, like so, then it would fix things. So, yeah. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a copy of the library and adjust it. I think so. And if I have an insect bite, it's better if I scratch or press my fingernail into it. I personally am a fingernail kind of guy. Does a trick for me. Can use distinct types in a union, that's how I do ghetto tagged union. I don't really know what you mean by that. Yeah, I think it might be time to just fucking yoink the old Jason. You know? Maybe perhaps do a little bit of yoinkage. Or don't use a union and just use a fat struct. One of the two. One of the two. The easier one would be fat struct, because then I don't have to change the library and maintain it with updates. So I'm going to do that. Even though the perfect utopia of the reward union does get a little shattered, it's simpler code if I don't do that. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it might be time for something different. Alright, Clyde. I have a job for you. I have a job for you. Change this to be a fat struct with a simple kind. Enum. Also, update all the usage code. And adjust tech tree JSON. To the new format. Thanks, Clyde. Appreciate it, bro. All right, I'm gonna have a quick little 15-minute break. I'll be back in a jiff while Clyde does his thing. Dude, what the fuck are you trying to do, Clyde? Chill. Yeah. Yeah, you fucking better, bro. Don't hit me with this shit, alright? God damn. That's looking good. That is also looking good. Now, in a perfect world, I would keep this as a union because you have less data and it's more clear, but that's alright. Also, I was supposed to be on a 15-minute break right now, but Clyde fucked some shit up, and now I don't trust him. It's alright. I'll trust you, Clyde, alright? Do your thing.
I'm back. Where's the bald man? AI took his job. Yep.
In summary, Your Honor. Yes. That is looking good to me. Let's see. What did it actually do? I wonder. Mm-hmm. Did a little bit of fixie. Nice. Very good. Very good. So, reward kind, reward struct kind, item data, recipe kind. That is all. Very good. Good job, Clyde. Exactly what I would have done. Some kind of dealio here. Keep up the good work, bro. You get a gold sticker for that one. You get a gold sticker for that one, man. Very good stuff. Yes, very good stuff indeed. Alright. So it's looking like that is serializing. I reckon. We shall see, though. We shall see. Say, changed rewards to be fat struct. Okay. Now when we save, what kind of changes can we expect? I'd imagine it's just adding in extra. Yeah, extra stuff like that. That's kind of why I wanted to avoid it, because it, you know, we've gone from it being a few lines to a massive amount of lines, but that's okay. Maybe if you put the maybe in there, then that fixes things. I don't know. I don't know how maybes are handled. Does a maybe on a member stop it from being serialized if it's empty? I actually adjusted the okay, so what you're saying is you're fucking useless. Get out of here. I actually adjusted the CBOR marshalling, compact binary object representation, to skip when it's 0, which is cool. We could probably do something similar here. But the whole purpose of me doing this was so that I didn't have to change the library, so yeah, we're gonna sidestep that one. Note. Used to have this as a sleek union, but the JSON marshal slash unmarshal didn't write the type in, so it couldn't. Accurately figure out the underlying type. I couldn't be asked making a copy of the library and changing it. So instead, this is now a fat struct. Problem solved. All right. Moving on. Moving on. What to do now, I wonder. Type shit, you know? Clean up. Bonk. Whoops. All right. I do also kind of need to change the requirement system. To do, change this to fat struct. That is a job for another day. What I want to do, let's port the reward over. And I actually think the easiest way to do this would be with Clyde. I had to guess. Let's do it. This is a lot of lines of code. So it might be kind of cuck-like. Yeah. New strat. That will take too long. Knowing Clyde. Instead, what I'm gonna do is make all the tech nodes be switched up. All right. Right here during the save, what I'm gonna do for node in tech nodes, node dot, where is this? Key value. Reward. So we do value rewards. Whoops. Append. kind, item data. That. What do you mean? Kind and item data. Hello? Oh, it's not dynamic. Well, I fucked that up, didn't I? Fine. Don't tell anyone. Shh. Alright, this, when I save, should inject everything into the new reward system. But it's going to be kind of cucked. We only want to do it if, I mean, I just did it, but can we undo that? Thank you. We only want to do it if value dot rewards, if the length is equal to 0. So only for certain types of things, and also value dot kind is equal to quest. That should clear a little bit up. There we go. So now all of that should have the rewards injected, so I can safely just delete this entire thing and it should be okay. Let's see. Let us see. Time to fix all of the buggies. I can delete this as well. All right, let's go. This becomes a to-do. This is now guaranteed. Thank you. I have a to-do. Create new node. This no longer is a default. Thank you. Thank you very much. No longer a default. There we go. Now let me go fix all of this. We need a way of editing that, sure. We do need to spit the rewards out of the hole. So let me do that real quick. Let's see. How do we do that? Okay. This I can just delete. Then this, we have to figure out how to come up with an editor for the rewards, because they're all going to be database now, which is cool. Let's just make sure everything works. Yeah, looking good. Looking pretty good, if I do say so myself. Okay. Yeah, so I need to create an editor for all the different rewards. It's gonna be kind of similar to this, so let's do that. Node.rewards. Make an editor for this array similar to the parents one below. Except it's gonna need a bit more elbow grease. Especially because it's a no, we'll just say switch on the kind and only display appropriate data for us to edit. Onwards. There is something in here. Something in here that could be, that could be reused. It's my first time doing like an array edit type thing, which is cool. Zenga, how you doing, Matt? I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Reward is a quote-unquote fat struct. Damn right you are, bro. It's a task right now. We are working on the tech tree. Let me show you. So our whole goal is to, I mean, first of all, make it so that this doesn't even have a reward. To do that right now, I'm just moving over the entire system to the new reward system, which is like a dynamic array of rewards. And we need to be able to edit that array. So that's what I'm getting Clyde to do right now. He's on the job. What the fuck are you trying to do, bro? What is happening? He's such a nice guy. Yeah. Very kind, you know. Seems to be doing an alright job right now. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, he fucked up the tabs, but hey, that's alright, I guess. You're forgiven. No, you're not forgiven. What the fuck is going on here, bro? Hello? What is this? Why would you do such a thing? Who told you you could do that? Alright, whatever. Whatever. Alright, let's see if this does what it says it does. We should be able to edit the rewards, which is cool. We should be able to remove that reward. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's see. Bang. Yeah, look at that, dude. Alright, Clyde. You're forgiven. You're forgiven for everything. I love you, bro. Dude, that's hype. That is goddamn hype. That is. Extremely. I'm not even gonna have to leave the editor to put those puppies in now. That's cool. Why did it... Oh, of course. We are removing the old reward and adding the new. Mm-hmm. Good job, Clyde. I like your style. Technically, I can remove all of this now, because we can add it inline. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Removed old reward system. New rewards editor. Bonk. Alrighty, quick little update. Just did a big ol' overhaul of the reward system. Now, we've actually got an editor for it, which is cool. This is all done with the power of Clyde. The homie did an excellent job of this. Thank you, Clyde. And yeah, now we can actually edit the rewards inline in here, which is cool, in the actual editor. earlier I was being a bit of a caveman. And I may or may not have just been doing it in a large switch statement manually with my bare hands like a peasant. But the whole purpose of this is now for the project part. We can go in here, remove this pesky reward. There's actually a node without a reward, so we can change this UI to actually look good, which is pretty cool. Because earlier the whole reward system was kind of hard-coded that there was something into it. But, those were the old days. Now, there can be an if statement here. And we have no reward. Yeah! Alright, next up, I'm like kind of on a bit of a rampage right now. Kind of feeling it. I think what I want to do is also move over the requirements to be visual, because right now the requirements, you know, similar to how the rewards were earlier. It's all kind of inline like this, which is chill. It is chill. But we need a little something extra. This is actually going to be a lot harder, because I do actually need this here, because this is legit code. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll figure it out. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be a little tricky, gents. A little bit tricky. I might not even do it, honestly. There's no real point in doing it. Yeah, I'm really not sure on this one. Because it's in between the old and the new. Ideally, we move the above thing over. Yeah, maybe, kinda, not really. The problem is, like, I can't have an editor for a function, because the function cannot be serialized. Type shit, you know? Can't have that. So we could just ignore. Could just ignore it. I mean, I also have, I'm pretty sure all of the new requirements here, like all of them are just whole submission, which, you know, we can 100% represent as data. Because that is data. So that could be done. That could be done. I think it's, yeah, it's literally just one right now. It's just a bunch of whole submission stuff. I could just kind of hard code it. Just be an array of whole submission stuff. I think that's what I'm going to do. Change all whole submission. It's gonna be a big one. Change all the new requirement to be just a whole submission struct. That way it's no longer a union, ended up not needing it, and rework all the whole submission data that is being fed in via the runtime code, move it to the sjson, the tech tree.sjson. Off you go, Clyde. Do me proud. How we doing, chat? What's going on? Time to be a just chatting stream for the next 10 minutes while Clyde does his thing. What's poppin'? How's your day? Is it good? Is it good, perhaps? Maybe a little bit great? We vibing now? Yeah. Yeah, we are. Just starting. Nice. Just kicking things off, bro. Kind of same, honestly. So I started streaming a little bit late today. And it's usually around about now that I go to the gym, but I'm trying to decide whether I do that or if I skip and just keep programming. That's a conundrum. I usually get my my food each day from a restaurant at the front of the gym because it does very yummy food. So I would need to order some food. And it would be a little less protein dense. So that's kind of a conundrum, you know? I'll probably just end up going to the gym. Because I do also feel like lifting heavy thing. Decisions. Or I could just stay inside and order food. And keep vibing with Clyde. Alright. All submission requirement. Okay. Just aliased. New requirement. Sure. That works. So we deleted all of that. It also noticed that the rewards was removed. I didn't even have to tell it. I forgot to tell it, but thank you. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. We'll probably just undo this one guy, though. Maybe. We'll see. Didn't actually move the data in though. That's kind of fucked up. No? Hello? Clyde. Clyde. Whatever have you done? You've fucked us, Clyde. Clyde, you've fucked us. Do not understand the instructions, Clyde. Keep the might need it for later. Alright. I don't necessarily want to undo the changes, though. You motherfucker. God damn it. Oh, it does already have the requirements data. Oh. Clyde was right this whole time. I'm sorry, Clyde. I fucked up. I'm sorry for ever doubting you, bro. For some reason I thought that I needed to move this manually, but it's already there, bro. Like, hello? It's a classic example of human error. The pride of man will be his downfall. That's a quote from Clyde. That's what he should have said instead of letting me undo and reprompt. Oh, what a lovely day. Alright. Thanks, Clyde. Nice. So, we should have everything working. Or not, I guess. Why is it just the revolution that broke? It's a little strange to me. A little bit strange. Oh well. That is weird. Oh, I think I commented it out, no? Yeah, I did. Oh, that's why. Gear 8. My bad, G. Here we go. I tried doing Earn with AI, it never cleared memory. Using Claude 4.5 Sonnet. What were you using? What do you mean by it never cleared memory? In code? Or it never cleared memory in a chat? Like, I don't know. I became an. Alright. That is looking good. Some good changes right there, Mr. Clyde. Yes. Very nice. Moved all requirement data into JSON. Perfect. Simply marvelous. Probably GPT-5 meaning code, yeah. Yeah, I found GPT-5 to be pretty hit or miss. But for some reason, Claude Sonnet 4.5, like, is fucking solid. Really solid. Like, scarily solid, you know? Like, genuinely feels like you're talking to a competent intern that then goes off and does stuff. Unpaid intern Clive. Alright. I am gonna go to the gym real quick. I wonder if this will even grow. I want to see if that grows. What is it? It is a Biome 3 tree. Biome 3 tree sapling does not have anything. Interesting. Original seed item. Small tree sapling. Grow to next stage. Replant on destroy. Let's see. Oh, doesn't even. Oh, yes, it does. Grow to next stage. Replant on destroy. One growth stage. Growth stage length 180. Yeah, I mean, it should be growing. Maybe I just haven't let it grow enough, you know? We will see. These goddamn slimes, bro. I hate them. Game's looking succulent, brother. Thank you, Jeremy. This is gonna be fun working on getting that project part done. Alright. I'm gonna be back in about 1 hour 20 or so. Alright. Can't have that now, can we? There we go. Better. Jeremy with the fucking 8 months, bro. Sheesh. Alright. Jim o'clock. I will be RB. Take care of the factory for me, gents.
I like money.
A small extension for the runway. Keep it up.
Hello. I hath returned. Oh, damn, the iron's backed up, dude. Look at that. Ay, 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 that's cool. That's cool to see. All of the excess would be going straight into here then, no? 1,730. That's pretty sweet, man. If I do say so myself. That's cool. Was this even like smelting anything? Or was this tree just not growing the whole time? 21? That makes me think that the tree wasn't growing. I don't know. Did anybody witness this tree grow? I don't know, man. I don't know. Andy, I think that was around an hour ago, bro, but I doubt you were still in the stream. Thank you for the $5, my friend. Nothing ever happens, just music. Yeah, we're gonna need to make a better factory, bro. That's what's gonna need to happen. Let me get the Twitch estimate from yesterday. 23 smackaroonies. Huge. Nice. Very nice indeed. I like it. All right. Let's get back to work, shall we? Project parts. What was I in the middle of doing? Oh. Yeah, I know. Moved all requirement data. Thanks, Clyde. Or imagine if you could, like, let a LLM like this rip and it would just never get stuck. And it was kind of smart and better at me than my job. And I'd just be like, hey, bro, make factory game, please. And then just rips it, bro. Keeps running while I'm at the gym. Grinding. That'd be pretty sweet. I feel like that's already been tried before and there's a reason that it doesn't work.
We ain't quite there yet. Wow. What you got for me, big dog? Ask, is there any kind of abstraction we can do with this so it's easier for similar things in future, down to do a cheeky generic function? Perhaps some kind of array edit thingo, or for the data type editing itself, probs need to define that elsewhere in a function. I don't know. IDK. I'm curious. Like you could probably put it into like a array edit, dynamic array edit. Because you know this is mostly the same code, no? That's just the node itself. Of course, is different. Like we just fill in the body differently. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah, something could be done here. Something could be done here. What the fuck is this indentation, bro? You kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Spaces! Fuck! All right, add this in, but assume 0 default initialization of members, so we don't need that function. Also for the label, just make it be a number. I mean, it kind of needs to be generic. Oh, sorry, specific. non-colliding. So I guess the label needs to be done. Refactor existing to use this. Existing requirements and rewards to use this. Bonk. Oh, there you go, bro. Run out mic counter and vibe coding in the Odin. That's the spirit. Yes, sir. You know me, bro. Factory needs bots that load and unload stuff from /to storage. No. No, I don't think it does. It just needs to be a bigger factory. Thanks, bro. There's some nice looking tab indentations right there. You did good. You did good. Although, you could have just done one of these. Perhaps. Or, you know what? You know what we do here? I actually don't know what we do here. Like, I could maybe just do that. But that looks kind of ugly. That's readable, right? What's Republic doing for the game? Yeah, type exclamation point game in chat. You'll get a link. It might be easier to do like a like one of these. That way it's maybe like a little bit more clear than that. Like this reads better than that, I guess, so. Yeah. Not sure. Yeah, that reads all right. Not amazingly, but it reads all right. So. So does that though. Kinda. It would read even better if you do a get label proc equals. And then edit element proc equals. Maybe. But I think that's about as clean as it gets. I don't know. But yeah, there we go. We got the requirements section and then the rewards. If we can change that finally. Pretty cool. Alright, so I've just done the same thing with the requirements. You can now see that, you know, we can change the requirements of this guy. And this new node over here, this project part, is basically going to be, like, that's all it's going to be, you know? So we'll add in maybe like a... I need to think of what to actually do with this first project part. Satisfactory's got... the smart plating off rip. So I'll have to come up with an idea for that. For now, I'll just say gear. 64 of those puppies, maybe. There we go. That's an actual editor of an array, which is cool. Save that. Took it a step further. Got Clyde to put this into a function, so I can now just call this function every time I need to edit an array dynamically. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool, dude. That's some nice looking usage code right there. It's a little hard to read because you need like procedures here with some specific stuff, but hey, pretty powerful function. Me likey. This is the kind of shit that I wouldn't even really like bother doing if it weren't for my unpaid intern Clyde, you know? Because like, who cares about writing good I'm GUI code, you know? I shit you not, I don't think I've written a single line of I'm GUI code for this massive tech tree editor. It's all been Clyde. And he's absolutely just nailed everything, dude. It's insane. Thanks, Clyde. All right. Alrighty. I think I'm going to push that up. I'm GUI array editor. Okay. What do we do now? I guess I'd like to make this a different like color and stuff. First of all, I'm sick of this flashing. Thank you. I guess, what do I even want this to look like? That's kind of step one, actually. So I'll make it be a little bit bigger. Not too much bigger, but just a little bit. Like so. Make it look cool. Cause I want it to be pretty sweet, man. Use that. Uh-huh. So we have these two separate things. I actually want to change this up a little bit. How do I want to do this? Doris Big Milestone, Doris Diamond thing. So these two, I would like to move them into a BG sprite. That's what it's gonna be eventually. Let me go patch that up real quick. Nerd sprite is equal to that. And then for the editor, we will basically do something like this. Maybe. see. Let's see. Did the exclamation point game thing not work? I wonder. Kind of weird. Should. Maybe it's broken though. Works on Twitch, not on YouTube. Gotta love that. Got to love that. Add a money count on what happens when then switch to noodle diet. Yes. Yes, we switched to noodles. Already, do you make game? Perhaps. Perhaps. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay. So it changed to be an enum editor and then added an allows value and an allowed values thing. That is interesting. Let's see. Should already have an enum edit, I think. Can't remember where that was though. Yeah, enum edit. I mean, I'll take it. Just set this to be empty by default. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh well. All right. Okay, okie dokie. Yeah, that's interesting. Now I can select that, I think. Background sprite. Okay, that's getting put in the cuck chair. Love to see that. We love to see that. I wonder where in the cuck chair. Where do we get put in the cuck chair at? You know what I'm saying? 684 game windows. Game windows. Let us see. Good morning, Aldi. Had to endure a Chopper Chop ad before joining. Well, I hope you be thirsting for some of that Chopper Chop now. You know? Wait a minute, why did that not crash? Huh? What's going on here? Oh. Oh, I see. It only crashes when I actually click the thing. God damn it. Maybe it doesn't. What the fuck? Dude, what was that crash? What the... what happened, man? Crash for no reason. Okay, well, that's alright. I'll pretend it didn't happen and we can move on with our life. That sounds good. Okay, okay. You know what I can do? I could maybe, just maybe, pull like the fattest sneaky known to man. This is gonna be disgusting. This is gonna be absolutely disgustingly sneaky. Who sees it? Who sees the vision of what I'm about to do right now? And by me, I of course mean my unpaid intern. You got this, bro. Wow, that was fast. I would not have been able to do that quick. Oh, that is disgusting. That is dirty. Absolutely dirty, that is. Oof. Fuck. My god, it's so good having it just built in a VS Code instead of having to tab out in a cursor. God damn, dude. That was fucking clean. Tomato donuts. Hello. How you doing? Stranger Things edition of Chupa Chups gotta empty that wallet. Okay. That is a fair play. All right. Now I've got to do some shit. Some shit has to be done now. God. How do I make this actually work? How did I do it earlier? Oh, here. If nerd sprite equal not equal tech nerd BG normal. Or tech nerd BG big outline cull equal empty. Yeah. Yeah-huh, uh-huh. There we go. Absolute perfection. Mamma mia. Oh, wait. I just fucked everything up, didn't I? It's supposed to be a and? There we go. We're back. All right. So I basically want to make it so that this entire fucking side window just doesn't show up. So I'm just gonna start small because it's obviously really integrated into the game design right now with this. But I'm gonna take a tiny little step in the direction and just disable it for this and like try and do my ideal UX design for this guy. And we'll just fucking rip this guy apart piece by piece. Off rip though, let's get this puppy up and running. Filter for enum. Added new background sprite for nodes. Beautiful. Marvelous. Okay. Making progress. Yeah, so let me disable the sidebar. If node dot is not equal to quest, or it's equal to bg sprite project part. And we'll say yeah, fuck it. Just leave it at that. I don't even care, bro. Alright, nice. Nice. When I realized I do care. Is node project pod. Wait, I wonder, like, how quick, if I had all these hotkeys down pat, could this just work? If we switch to like a fast. What would be a fast, like, good coding model? Any of you guys know? Gemini 3 Pro, maybe? I don't know. I'm not familiar. Do. Alright, this is... That actually was kind of fast. That's not bad. We might be getting to the point where instead of thinking, I just select and then type the word do this. And it just does it. Not quite though. This would have been faster for me to just do that. But we're almost there. Alright. Is node project part true? And then I think we can use that. So I'm also going to try and basically make it so that all the information can get put into the tooltip. That's like the goal here. That is the main goal. Hey Siri, to set a timer for 15 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 15 minutes. BRB.
Day, gents. I'm back. Did Randy pass away? No. The rumors are false. I have returned. Dave, how you doing, bro? What's going on? I was just on a little 15-minute break, mate. Yes, so I was. But we're back. Alright, fellas. You guys want to see something cool? Right now, working on trying to get these project parts in, like, satisfactory. So I gotta get the icon rendering, and then I gotta work on the tooltip. Yeah. If node BG sprite, we'll say if is project part. Well, really, we'll say if it's nil, and if the node requirements, if the length is greater than 0. Now we'll take the first of this guy and we'll go item kind, and then we'll go get icon. Perhaps. Perhaps. Could just say get and get icon. Yeah. Icon from kind. There we go. Peak laziness. Image equal get icon. So just get the icon of the first thing. So there we go. Let's draw in a gear. Now, tooltip. Tooltip time. That was a project part. So a project part, in the context of satisfactory, is for each phase of the game, you kind of are encouraged to construct like a lot of these project parts to move on to the next phase. So that's what I'm working on now. We're gonna have like, I don't know what it's gonna be this phase, it's just temporarily a gear for now. But you'll need to craft like a bunch of them in order to progress to the next phase of the game. So I'm just working on like the UX for that and how it's gonna look and everything. Yeah. Wraith? I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but I think you subbed while I was away. Thank you, so. Thank you for the prime 3 minutes ago.
Coins for animals or taming? Not right now. Not right now. That would be kind of cool though. There's some cows that you farm or some shit. Get an automated milker. And then proceed to stand nearby it for no reason. Deaf's not getting milked. Yo, Randy, why are you rushing to craft the milker right now? You don't even have any cows around. Vine boom sound effect. Pistons and rods and sheep when. Have you played Satisfactory? Yes, I have. I played maybe like a 15 hours or so. I haven't gotten all the way through it. Got up to... I think... right at the end of tier 6. I think, yeah. Yeah. Not actually, no. I didn't even start tier 5. All I did was jetpack and that was it. And then I churned out. So I didn't do any oil processing or anything. This is where I left off. Right here. Aeronautical engineering. God damn. Drones? Sheesh. Particle accelerator. God damn. Fuck is Fixonium? Fixonium fuel rod. Peak efficiency. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Introduced in 1.0 for peak efficiency. Get a portal? That's pretty cool. Pretty swag stuff right there. Mm-hmm. All right. Yep. I'm gonna get this tooltip looking good. Otherwise, it's gonna be pretty sad. Draw quest node. That's not needed here. But it should be nearby this guy. No? Yeah. Where do the hover be at? Hover, hover, hover. Here you are, sir. Hovering. All right. I'm gonna do a cheeky little cheeky little one of these. Are you more interested in distributed or centralized production? I don't know. Depends on the vibe, you know? Depends on what's needed. I like distributed stuff, but I don't like running between. So Portals kind of solves that. I think that might be something I add into the game next. Where are portals? Portals, portals, portals. Teleportation. Portals. All right. Let me figure out how to do this tooltip. UI tech node tooltip. Key, and then all it really needs is a key, actually. In fact, I might just do this no matter what. Old tooltip. Let's do it. Transportation tiers, first tier using somewhat primitive materials. Yeah. Yeah. Teleportation is definitely an endgame thing. And then like in the beginning, I think it'll probably be a lot of dashing around because I want to add a dash in so it's easier to traverse a little bit. It's a bit more interesting on combat. Yeah. Finally caught the Bold Aussie Man live. Well, welcome to stream, my friend. Satisfactory, there are these phases that shift the needs of production quite a lot. Personally, I found centralized production was easiest to adjust according to needs. Right. All right. So, right now we're working on a tooltip, a brand spanking new tooltip for the tech tree. So it's gonna look good instead of bad. The other one looked bad. We don't want it to look bad now, do we? This bad tooltip. No useful info. Okay. So now that we got this kind of showing up, my next goal is essentially going to be like taking everything in this weird sidebar and turning it into just a tooltip that you hover. Because I'm sick of like having to click this and having a state for like selecting it and stuff. We just want it all in the tooltip, so it's nice and cozy. So, we're gonna kick things off with just by doing it on this guy. We'll see what we need. We shall see. 6/4/12 bar. Thanks for the sub. I don't know why the notification didn't pop up, but thanks for the prime, my brother. Appreciate it. With Dash, I'm gonna add some big monsters to fight. The telegraph mechanics to dodge. Maybe. I don't really have any ideas for it right now, but yeah. Could be interesting. Could be. Cosmo, it's hanging a little to the left, my friend. All right, so this tooltip. Node, get static node key, node. There we go, we got all the info we need. So, tooltip's kind of going to change depending on what it is, but for the most part, we should be able to just do some stuff. Let me check the UI game. I'm pretty sure there was a tooltip in here that I was working on. New epic item tooltip V3. That's the one. Specialize in the parent being an icon with length. Get icon as a fixed relative position. Ugh. Don't like that. Blech. Blech. Yucky. Yucky. Clean up. Would probs be better to just specify an actual position here? But, you know, let me throw this in here with all the other tooltips. We'll see. Late night sesh over in Oz? Is that what you were saying? But no. If so, no. I am in Thailand. But it is getting a little bit late. I think this is the latest I've ever streamed in a long time. Pretty cool. And keep cranking. What do I do? What do I do? Crank it, Randy. Let's not get too excited now, right? Let's not get too excited. Alright. So I'm trying to do a tooltip on this. I just gotta figure out how I want to do it. This is how I did it earlier, which yeah, I mean I could probably do like a UI tooltip box. You know? Something like that. Something like that. And then I can copy most of this in like so. Pivot X, Y, X center, bottom center. Yeah, we'll see how that does. This might be in a weird space, now that I think about it. Huh. Yeah, this might be in a weird space. Uh-oh. How do I do this? This is gonna be the death of me, I think. I think this is gonna be the death of me. Prime subs even do anything? Yeah. They give me $2.50 US. And I think they remove ads. And they're free. They're free with any Amazon Prime subscription. Okay. So, yeah, this is definitely a bit of a problem, because that's in the wrong space. So I got to figure out how to convert from screen space into tech tree space and vice versa. Else I suffer the consequences. Okay. Okay, I figure out how to convert this. How do we do such a thing? Mouse pause in space. Car. Ever since I started game dev, I have no desire to play games anymore. Game dev is the single greatest sandbox game to exist. Yes. For real type shit, you know. I still enjoy games, just nowhere near as vigorously. I did sink a good 120 hours in Arc Raiders. It's probably the hardest I've gamed in a long time. But yeah, I do get a similar kind of vibe. At least when I like started doing game dev. It's been replaced pretty much. It's not that it breaks the illusion, it's that I just get more reward out of trying to make stuff than I do from playing the games. Probably because like I want to make a game myself so that I can go play it. It's almost like it's scratching the same underlying itch, so therefore the itch gets scratched, you know? I don't know if I'm making sense. But I still do enjoy games. All right, what am I trying to do? Trying to like convert from this space into UI space, but I don't think I have any examples of doing that yet. I don't think I have an example of doing that yet. How do I do this? I don't even know. There is definitely a like a space, like this coord space exists. And we can use that somehow. to get into maybe NDC and then NDC to UI. Screen space. Yeah, so we're just in the normal screen space, right? So if we can go NDC into this, then it should be fine. Question is, how do we get into NDC? I'm pretty sure we just do whatever we're doing at the drawer, actually. Now that I think about it. Local to clip space. So projection times view times model. Really just projection times view. Projection times view is then multiplied by that. Okay. I think I got it. Projection times view. View is inverse of camera, no? That should give us what we need. Maybe. I just don't know how to get that into a different space now. Well, actually, should just be the reverse of that. Screen space. Proj. And then that might just work. I hard coordinate spaces. Okay. Not quite. It's doing something. Well, yeah. It's actually kind of working, no? Maybe? No. No, it definitely isn't. God damn it. God friggin' damn it, dude. So it's definitely doing something. I might just have my shit flipped around the wrong way. Or actually, I don't think inverse camera is even being calculated for anything. Hold on. I think that was cached from another spot. No, it was doing something. Well, time to do the dance. The dance of flipping things around until something works. Let's make sure. Well, I'll be back in a jiff. Yeah, be you boys. Yeah, I'll be 15 minutes. This problem might kill me. I'll figure it out. Hello, gentlemen. I'm back from a nice, lovely walk. Lovely sunset walk. Hey Siri, set a timer for 45 minutes. Thank you. Tyler, thanks for the prime, my man. Okay. In the middle of a tricky problem. Trying to convert this into some kind of space. Maybe we've got to inverse this. Oh. 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 We're getting somewhere. Where exactly? I don't know. It's somewhere. Somewhere we be getting. Oh yeah. Why that works, I don't know. I'm just happy it does. I'm just happy to be here, you know. Alright, let's think. Space to clip. Okay. And then we are doing the inverse of that space times it by that space to get into whatever. Maybe? I don't know. I'm just happy it works, man. It's good to be here, you know? Example of going into NDC and then back out into a different space. Chord space to NDC. Whoops. Would it be more accurate to call this NDC or clip space? Interesting. Clip space coordinates. To get true NDC, you need to perform the perspective divide. NDC is a result after dividing the clip space coordinates by W, which normalize them to -1, -1, 0 to 1, depending on graphics API. Why is the perspective divide needed? It's a 2D game though. Okay, clip space coordinates auto projection are effectively the same as NDC coordinates. You just need a negative. Okay, so that's the difference between. So difference between NDC and clip space is. What? Clip space. There is no perspective, right? 4D homogeneous coordinate space after applying the projection matrix. 3D Cartesian space after performing the perspective divide on clip space. Clip space is 4D, still has a W component. For perspective projection in 3D games, W is not equal to 1, so the perspective dad actually changes coordinates to create the perspective effect. Interesting. So, alright. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, we'll just call this clip instead of NDC. That is a little more accurate. So should I call this clip or NDC pause? Alright. Cool. Setting into clip space and back out into different space. Explain how this works. Inverse camera transforms world space to view space. Yep. Projection transforms view space to clip space. Yep. Takes the due position of the technique, multiplies it by the transformation matrix, converting it to clip space coordinates. The inverse of the screen projection matrix converts from clip space back into screen coordinates. The inverse of the screen projection matrix converts from clip space back into screen coordinates. Right. Yes. Cool. Yep. All right. Well, now we've got one of these guys. But I don't understand why that isn't showing up with hello. Like, what's going on there? Hello? What is happening? Oh, it might be because reasons. Could perhaps be because of reasons. Push UI state. Should be pretty chill. Yeah, why is the text not showing up? That's pretty friggin' weird, Bo. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Suppose you want to lease game to console. Any path in Odin? No. No, I don't think there is. No, actually, I have no idea. I'm talking out of my ass. I haven't even looked into it because it's not really something I care about right now. So to tell you the truth, no idea. You'll have to ask around. Hop in your Discord and ask that same question, and I'm sure you'll get an answer. Hello, Ziggler. Hello, Ziggler from Poland. Yeah, why the fuck is this not working? Like, hello? What happened? Huh. Huh? Ah. I see the error of my ways. I do. I do see the error of my ways. Yes. Okay. Maybe? Hello? Take it back. I do not see the error of my ways. What the fuck is happening? Oh, I just didn't compile. It's one of them moments. One of them moments. Push the return value of this as parent. Don't forget to push CLayer to tooltip as well. Alright, kind of scuffed, but she'll be right, man. She'll be right, man. Okay. So, I can actually do a tooltip now. Do pos plus pos.y plus node length divided by 2. Or not. Pathfinding node length. God, what a fucking unfortunate name. I don't really know what this would be. Nerd.bg sprite. Get bg sprite. Let me put this in a function. You too have suffered. Node sprite. Okay. Sprite size dot y divided by 2. Wonder Mouse, good day. How are you? There we go, look at that. Perfect tooltip action. Oh yeah. That's looking pretty good. Yes. All right. Sick. Very epic. Current space to clip space. You know what? I'm just gonna leave this for if I want it one day. C for an example of how to take the current space and transform it into any other space. To take a pause in the current space. There we go. Okay. I don't know what feature it is, Wonder Mouse, in VS Code, but these are pin tabs. So that's why they stack. So if it's not pinned, then it doesn't do the stack. Yeah. The info is there somewhere. Alright, let me change this to be get BG sprite. Now, I think we should be good. To just make it tooltip. Check tiny terraces. What is tiny terraces? Tiny terraces. Oh. Oh, Cozy Idle farming game.
Tiny Terraces is a farming game that can sit at the bottom of your screen or
Another one of
the
these.
side of your screen, allowing you to do other things such as fishing, watching.
I like the jiggling. That's pretty cool. This might be a good study of how to like easily do some jiggling and some animals. Cool. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that right there. Yeah, different genre 100%. But I like the visuals. There's something to be learnt from that. Okay. Damn, this tooltip's already feeling great. Let's actually do something with it. So to do this, what I am going to do is we need like, what do we need for this actually? What do I want this tooltip to be specifically for this one? What do I want to display? Kind of needs to be like a progress bar thing. How did Satisfactory do this? Let me look at the UI. So I have it screenshotted somewhere. They do. Huzzah. So, yeah, I mean, it literally just displays a number. I don't know if it changes when you submit stuff. Like it shows the remaining. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. To do. Data for what? Figure out what to display for the project parts node thinger. All right. Well, we got the tooltip working, which is cool. We're just gonna actually give data to it, but I am going to do that tomorrow. So it's getting to the end of the day, and I have a video to edit. I think I might actually just continue this video into tomorrow. It'd just be one video, because we didn't really get up to much today. Didn't really do much in the way of visuals, but you know, we did a hell of a lot of work on the tech tree editor. So, progress. Progress all round. push all this up. Where the to-do started on project part progression node in tech tree, merged all rewards and unlock requirements into the new system visual editor for a dynamic array in GUI. Very epic stuff. And then also tooltip. New tooltip for editor for tech tree. There we are. Tooltip. New tooltip for tech tree. Started. All right. Very epicness. Very, very big epic. I am going to edit the content for today. And I think I might just do it live on stream. I think I might. Because why not? It's actually kind of nice not having to make an entire video in one day. Like, I've just made a bit of progress and now I can just go through and, you know, chop up a little bit of it. That might be a better pace. That might make the process more enjoyable for me if I'm just doing like, if I'm not trying to like rush out a bit every day just for the sake of it. We're taking the 2.0 approach. Having to be a little bit more of a slow burn. We'll see how it goes. Darius, how you doing, mate? Interesting. Interesting that you weren't deleted, so. All right, let's do a little bit of chopping. What do you mean? Let's go. Let me get rid of the Skyrim momentarily. All right. Wow. Good morning, gents. Welcome back to another day. 150 done finishing this. Wow. This is going to be trippy. There's two of me. Good morning, gents. Oh my god. Gents. Welcome back to another day. 158 100 of development on Terrafactor. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm going to be doing today. Honestly, I have no idea. We just got done finishing this guy, which is the foundry. We just got done where we can smelt two things together to alloy it into steel. That goes out steel beams. So like maybe do some crafting with steel beams to carry it on. But yeah, honestly, I have no idea. I think I'm just gonna stare at my to-do list until an idea. Stare at my to-do list and no idea. I think I'm just gonna stare at my to-do. I think I'm just gonna here, and now we got some steel beams. I think I'm just gonna stare at my to-do list until an idea jumps out. At me. But hey, you got a fresh cup of coffee here today. Cheers, gents. You got a fresh cup of coffee here today. Cheers, gents. Boink. Yep. Yep. That's coffee. Yep. That's coffee. It's an important moment in the video, you know? We have our gotta get that coffee sipping. Playing some good old Monster Hunter. Nice. I played a little bit of Monster Hunter Worlds, I think, the other day. I got through the tutorial onboarding, and then my friend gave up, and then I did not play as a result. But I played a lot of Dauntless a while ago. Hey, cheers. And I thoroughly enjoyed that. The dollar store Monster Hunter. We have our iron farm over here working extra hard to provide us with the raw materials for the steel. You got a fresh cup of coffee here today. Cheers, gents. Boink. Yep. That's coffee. Yep. Gotta get that zoom. Yep. Yep. That's coffee. We have our iron farm over here working extra hard to provide. We have our iron farm over here working extra hard to provide us with the raw materials for the steel. What happens if you go to 0 days? You can watch the video that I just uploaded today. There's an answer in there. Here's an idea. To figure out what to do next, I must become the Iron. Here's an idea. To figure out what to do next, I must become the Iron. The Iron. There's something in here. There's a little edit I could do. Now that I'm not strapped for time, you could do the dun. You guys know what I'm saying? Someone in chat understands exactly what I just said. I don't know what the meme is called though. If someone can find me a meme template for it, I'll fucking slap it in, bro. We need the sound and we need the visual.
Iron.
Actually, maybe we could just do like a time lapse right there. I don't know. But I'm down to clown, bro. Whoa. Inception. All right, I'm going to be back in 15 minutes. BRB, gents. Momentary break. Tactical break. Where's the vid? You gotta check the second channel. You gotta go to main channel and you gotta click on the second. Yeah. Hello, gents. I have returned. I have returned. Pants style, how you doing, Matt? What's going on? What's going on, Matt? All right. Oh, we're in the middle of editing a video. That's fun.
Here's an idea. To figure out what to do next, I must become the Iron. We must Iron in order to determine what to do. Iron.
Do 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 do.
We must think like the Iron in order to determine what to do. You know what I'm saying? And we come out the other side like steel. What now? Good day for bit swizzling? Is it ever...
Should I leave it in, boys? Should we get a little bit silly with it? Perhaps? Alright, I figured it out. Alright, I figured it out. Today's gonna be a quest kind of day. So... And that it was. So, what I want to do is figure out, like, visually how I can tell the player that there's, like, a goal and, like, a bunch of... So, what I want to do is figure out, like, visually how I can tell the player that there's, like, a goal and, like, a bunch of intermediate... Not intermediate, but, like, there's a bunch of items that the player needs to craft in order... bunch of intermediate items that the player needs to craft in order to progress to the next phase. So I want like a big ass goal. Because that's gonna kind of like tell me what I need to work backwards from. So I think we'll start with this like first phase of the skill tree because it's like the most complete right now. I'm gonna screenshot it and we need to come up with a design for how this will look to solve. And it's how do we... This, I found, was pretty much the core thing driving the design of Satisfactory when I played it. How do we... that I need to solve. How have some kind of big thing that the player is working to. Like a big ass goal. Have some kind of big thing progress to the next phase. To craft in order to progress to the next phase. Have some kind of big thing that the player is working towards, like, you know, at each phase of the game. At each step along here, phase of, at each, you know, at each step along here, it's got to be clear. It's got to be clear that we're working towards this thing. Which, you know, is probably just going to be like a handful. Which, you know, is probably just going to be like a handful of items. This I found was pretty much the... This I found was pretty much the core thing driving the design of Satisfactory when I played it. You know, there were these mini kind of like milestones in between, which is more or less what I have with the... You know, there were these mini kind of like milestones in between, which is more or less what I have with these big square looking things. They unlock certain things, so this... They unlock certain things, so this unlocks recipes for like the anvil and some tools and stuff. But the actual thing driving everything, the actual thing driving everything, if I can find it, the actual thing driving everything was this, the project assembly. So at each Thing, the project assembly. So at each actual thing driving everything, the project assembly. So at each phase in the game, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is kind of what I'm starting to do here. We can call this phase 1, and then the anvil and some tools and stuff. But the actual thing driving everything, the project assembly. So actual thing driving everything was this. This thing was this. Thing was this. Was this. Everything was this. Thing was this. Whole thing driving everything was this. Driving everything was this. The project assembly. So at each phase in the game, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is kind of what I'm starting to do here. We can call this phase 1, and then you move over to the next phase, and then you move over to the next phase. At each phase, there is to the next phase. At each phase, there is like a goal of crafting these project parts. And these project parts, they have no other purpose than just to submit them and unlock the next phase. So I want to figure out in the UI how we can tell the player that, hey, the whole goal of this phase is to submit these parts here. That's what I want to do. Cool. How long we got? Oh shit, only another 17 minutes or so. Yeah, I didn't record much content today, so
Alright,
I'm definitely gonna roll this into tomorrow. Didn't realize you were editing, thought my brain was melting. That's pretty gangster.
Alright, I've come up with an idea. Right before the end of the phase, we'll just have here. Alright, I've come up with an idea. Right before the end of the phase, we'll just have these kind of nodes that, you know, the sole purpose is to submit a bunch of items to them in order to like unblock it. So let me see if I can get that going real quick. So let me see if I can get that going real quick.
The interesting thing about like recording a video live like this is that like I say that and then it's, oh, all right, now we're in the trenches for the next 2 hours doing what I just said I would do. And it just passes in the blink of an eye. Alrighty, quick little update. Just did a big old overhaul of the... And most of the time I don't even do what I said I was gonna do.
I can get that going real quick.
Alrighty, quick little update. Just did a big old overhaul of the reward system. Now we've actually got an editor for it, which is cool. This is all done with the power of Clyde. Homie did an excellent job of this. Thank you, Clyde. And yeah, now we can actually edit the rewards. I wonder if there's a way I can like scroll the timeline without using my scroll wheel. I don't know. Don't know, dude. And yeah, now we can actually edit the rewards. Thank you, Clyde. And yeah, now we can actually edit the rewards inline in here, which is cool. In the actual editor. Earlier, I was being a being a bit of a caveman And I may or may not have just been doing it in a large switch statement manually with my bare hands like a peasant. The whole purpose of this is now for the project part. We can go in here, remove this pesky reward. There's actually a node without a reward, so we can change this UI to actually look good, which is pretty cool. Because earlier the whole reward system was kind of hard-coded that there was something into it. It's with the old statement here. And a line like this, which is chill. This is actually gonna be a lot harder because I actually need this here. Alright, next up, I'm like kind of on a bit of a rampage right now. I have no reward. Oh, there can be an if statement here. Cool. Now, rewards. We can change this UI to actually look good, which is pretty cool. Now, there can be an if actually look good, which is pretty cool. Actually look good. Now, there can be an if statement here. And we have no reward. Yeah. Alright, next up. I'm like kind of on a bit of a rampage right now. I think you can now see that, you know, we can change the requirements of this guy. And this new node over here, this project part, is based. So I've just done the same thing with requirements. Alright, so I've just done the same thing with requirements. You can now see that, you know, we can change the requirements of this guy. You can now see that, you know, we can change the requirements of this guy. And this new node over here, this project part is basically going to be like, that's all it's going to be, you know. So we'll add in maybe like we need to think of what to actually do with this first project part. Satisfactory's got the smart plating off rip. I'll have to come up with an idea for that. For now, say gear. Just say gear. 64 of those puppies, maybe. There we go. That's an actual editor. There we go. That's an actual editor of an array, which is cool. Save that. Took it a step further. Got Clyde to put this into a function, so I can now just call this function. Save that. Took it a step further. Got Clyde to put this into a function, so I can now just call this function every time I need to edit an array dynamically. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool, dude. That's some nice looking usage code right there. It's a little hard to read because you need like procedures here. Powerful function. This is the kind of shit that I wouldn't even really. Pretty cool. This is the kind of shit that I wouldn't even really like bother doing if it weren't for my unpaid intern Clyde, you know? Cause like who cares about writing good I'm GUI code, you know? I shit you not, I don't think I've written a single thing good I'm GUI code, you know? I shit you not, I don't think I've written a single line of I'm GUI code for this massive tech tree editor. It's all been Clyde, and he's absolutely just nailed everything, dude. It's insane. Thanks, Clyde. Alright. Okay. So now that we got this, is essentially going to be like taking everything in this weird. So now that we got this kind of showing up. Clyde. So now that we got this kind of showing up, my next goal is essentially going to be like taking everything in this weird sidebar and turning it into just a tooltip that you hold. Because I'm sick of like having to click this and having a state for like selecting it and stuff. We just want it all in the tooltip, so it's nice and cozy. We're gonna kick things off just by doing it on this guy. We'll see what we need. What a fucking unfortunate name. This would be dot day. How are you? Okay with that. Perfect. Tooltip. Action. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. Tooltip. Action. Action. Oh, yeah. That's looking pretty. Yes. That. Perfect. Tooltip. Action. Well, we got the tooltip working, which is cool. On the... Got the tooltip working, which is cool. Well, we got the... Which is cool. We're just gonna actually give data to it, but I am going to do that tomorrow. It's getting to the end of the day, and I think you did it. I can actually just continue this video tomorrow. And then do the video. Because we only have up today. Didn't really do much of the visuals, but you know, did a hell of a lot of work on the texture and all. Wrestle around into the new system visual. I am going to edit. It's actually kind of nice not having to make an entire video in one day. Like I just made a bit of progress, and now I can just go through and.
Now we hit the inception. I am editing the clip of me talking about editing the clip. Wait for it. Wait for it. Hold. Hold. Hold.
Well, we got the tooltip working. Just
Editing the clip of me talking about editing the clip while editing that clip. Oh shit, bro. Fuck. I should not have eaten those mushrooms. My beer. Alright. No more clipception, boys, okay? No more clipception. We'll take one more. And that's as far that we're gonna go down the rabbit hole, alright? But you guys will know. You guys will know the real story. The YouTube people won't know. You're here live. This is the clip that never got clipped. Editing the clip.
well, we got the tooltip working. Just
editing the clip of me talking about editing the clip while editing that clip. Oh shit.
your system visual. I enjoyed it. It's actually kind of nice not having to make an entire video in one day. Like I just made a bit of progress, and now I can just go through and.
Now we hit the inception. I am editing the clip of me talking about editing the clip. All right. How do we want to do this, boys? How do we want to chop this? Time will tell. Thank you, Bane Trapper Dev. Oy, oy, oy. It's almost dinner o'clock. I'm kind of hungry. Type shit, you know?
Content for today. I think I might just do it live on stream. Really kind of nice not having to. I am going to edit the content for today. I think I might just do it live on stream. It's actually kind of nice not having to make an entire video on one. Very epicness. Very, very big epic. I am going to edit the content for today, and I think I might just do it live on stream. Okay, might. Since why not? It's actually kind of nice not having to make an entire video on one. It's actually kind of nice not having to make an entire video on one day. Like I've just made a bit of progress, and now I can just go through and, you know, chop up a little bit of it. That might be a better pace. That might make the process more enjoyable. I'm not gonna rush out the updates for the sake of it. Taking the 2.0 approach. I might be a little bit more of a slow burn. Let's see how it goes. A little bit of it. The clip of me talking about editing the clip. And, you know, chop up a little bit of it. I am editing the clip of me talking about. Go through and, you know, chop up a little bit of it. I am editing the clip of me talking about editing the clip. Editing the clip of me talking about editing the clip. While the clip. While editing that clip. Oh shit, bro. Had to do it, bro. We had to do it to him. Looks dark AF? Yeah. 7 p.m. right now. I'm gonna put some food on real quick. I'm fucking starving. I will be one singular GIF. All right. I've acquired the food. How you guys doing? Got me my favorite Thai dish, kapow. Gonna sit here and look at our lovely little factory. I mean, I actually think that I'm kind of done for the day, honestly. It's 7 p.m. The video is pretty much edited, so I will continue this tomorrow. It's only a few minutes of footage, so yeah, we'll carry this on to the next day. You know what I'm realizing, dude? Making good videos is easy. You just spend more time editing a video across a longer time horizon. And that's kind of it. You just cut out more and more of the slop filler that isn't really interesting to the story. And you just keep going. So, we will pick this up tomorrow. Done and dusted. And guess what? I'm going to clip that and I'm going to put it in the video real quick. Don't tell anyone. One more. Just one more clip. All right. Just one more. So. More and more of the slump. Making good videos is easy. I mean, I actually think that we'll continue this tomorrow. It's only a few minutes of footage. You know what I'm realizing, dude? Making good videos is easy. Making good videos is easy. You just spend more time. You just spend more time editing a video across a longer time horizon. And that's kind of it. You just cut out more and more horizon. You just cut out more and more of the slop filler that isn't really interesting to the story. And you just keep going. We will pick this up tomorrow. Done and dusted. You will pick this up and you just keep going. Interesting to the story. And you just keep going. You will pick this up for the story and you just keep going. You will pick this up tomorrow. Done and dusted. Tomorrow. Done and dusted. You will pick this up tomorrow. There it is. Cut to black. I hand it off to future Randy. Alright, lads. That's me. That is what we call an S tier day, gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in. Solid 7 hours. Pretty good. Pretty good. tomorrow we will probably try and make Project Pot Progression feel epic. Portals would be huge as well at some point in the near future. Yeah. See you later, gents. Take care. I'm gonna go eat my food. Bye bye.